and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, as is customary for our live shows, security. Hey, great news. We got increased security for Supreme Court justices. Sorry, school children, y'all are. All right, kids, as is customary on our live channels, on our live behind the scenes, we are going to start the show off with a word from our sponsors. Today, we're actually going to be, I'm going to be boiling some water to make, let's see if that camera is good. Yeah, we'll be boiling some water right over there in order to make something. You're just going to have to tune in to find out what the hell it is I'm talking about. And then we're going to, I've got a lot of little things to do. So you're very likely going to see me turn into a sweaty mess. But first, as always, a word from...
Is your bar looking a little ordinary? Is it lacking something awesome? Well, head out to your local liquor store and pick up something extraordinary. Grab a bottle of Old Humble Straight Whiskey or Old Humble Special Reserve. They're clean, smooth, easy drinking whiskeys that taste the way whiskey should taste. From humble beginnings to an extraordinary finish, Old Humble whiskeys are what your bar needs today. Walk tall, be awesome, and drink humble. Old Humble Straight Whiskey and Old Humble Special Reserve. Get yours today.
And we're back. Nope, that's the wrong screen. That's the screen. Let's go with this one first. Okay, so what you just saw over there, that is pretty much the production floor. The lift jack that I'm going to use, all the stuff. I'll talk as we do it. Let's just get on with it, shall we? I think that's the camera angle that I need. Yeah, there we go. All right, so bring the handy dandy. Does that go to a 1/4 inch there? Well, I mean, I could probably extend this microphone out as far as I need to, but what we're going to do is we're going to set it right about there so that people can hear me reasonably. I don't know, you may not be able to hear me very well, but I'm going to do my best to speak loud and carry a big stick. I have a little maintenance work that needs to be done on my pallet that is holding my baby still. My big boy stills are still not fully plugged in yet, which is an ongoing sense of, you may sense ongoing frustration at that. There is legitimate ongoing frustration. I don't know if y'all can see what it is that I'm doing here, but there. Here's Chuck over. Oh, you can barely hear me? That's because the microphone sucks. Let me fix that. Make that bigger. Make that bigger. Hey, you should be able to hear me now. Okay. Your box is in the mail, Shark. I did get confirmation that's on its way. There we go. That thing off of there. More scrap wood for the pile. All right. So the plan at this point is, I'm getting a late jump on this. It's probably going to take me too damn long to boil this water, but the plan, you know what? I need to add something over here into the chat in real quick. We are halfway to, we are actually halfway to the, we are halfway to the Buy a Lapel Microphone Fund. To the, come on, damn it. CONTRIBU. There we go. Open. All right, so we are halfway to the Lapel Microphone Fund being fully funded. To the PONTUTE to the microphone fund Cash App. There we go. We are halfway to fulfillment of the lapel microphone fund. I am pinning that message up at the top. I need 60. We are at 30. So yeah, audio sucks because I'm working on that microphone right there. Audio sucks because I'm working on that microphone. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. I have a 20-foot microphone cable rather, that I'm going to plug in right now to replace. All right, it's going to go quiet for a second. Try this one. Did that work? So that did not work so well. All right. So that did not work well at all. I wonder why it was getting audio there for a second. But now it's getting audio again. A little bit of static noise, I'm assuming, because, well, I was actually switching out the microphone cord. I had just bought this that has the XLR to 1/4 inch, but the 1/4 inch to 1/8 inch adapter was not working very well. So it works better. The 1/8 inch adapter works, or I mean, I guess what is it, 3mm, whatever. The adapter works better when it's, I don't know, when it's doing whatever it's supposed to be doing. I turn the phone down now. Anyway, all right. So back over to the live cam. So what we're doing today, I'm trying to show some behind the scenes stuff of what, what I'm doing, what I do in the shop when I'm not just bottling, but I am going to be bottling in a minute as well. So we operate the baby still for smaller batches of stuff. Well, this batch that I'm going to be operating on is going to be a remarkably small batch of stuff. We will be producing a test batch of our rice whiskey. That was right. All right. So what we're doing today, the phase of the operation is just simply going to be boiling water. Because we take the boiling water, add it to the rice. The boiling water gets added to the rice. The rice gives up its starchy and sugary goodness. And then the starchy and sugary goodness gets converted into sugary goodness. So, my first step is with the rice, or the water. I'll be right back. And it occurs to me now, it would have been much smarter for me to bring the still to the water. But what I didn't do, because I'm a dummy, I didn't set the camera up. See that over there? I set the camera up over here. And there's a reason I did that. And it makes sense in my head, but it doesn't make sense anywhere else. I want to let the water settle before I go and dump. Made a slight mess. Dry off my machinery over here. We are ready to go. We have power. All right. I'm going to add 12 more gallons to the pot. That'll bring us up to 24. troublesome. Yeah, I think we're doing just fine. But I'm going to check something real quick. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay. Need to double check. Didn't feel like it was heating up very quickly or very effectively. All right. The goal is going to be to bring this fully up to boil. Have I lifted this up? All right, it's just uneven. Okay, fine. All right, we are good. Now, let's move back over here to host cam 2, shall we? So I can stand in the breeze. Shark, I appreciate you. I appreciate you popping in to join us, though. I do. Um, but yeah, I do appreciate you dropping in. Absolutely, Shark. Thank you. Okay, so what's going to happen now? That pot's going to boil. At some point, it's going to probably take it a good solid 3 or 4 hours to boil. I do have pumps to move liquid back and forth, but we're just talking about 4 buckets of water. That's not that big of a deal for me to mess around with when it comes to dragging out the pumps and doing all the other stuff. I can just lift that water out. It's just water. I lost a little bit of it, but not much. So that's fine. If the equipment is working properly, that should come up to a boil in 20 gallons. I'm up 10 gallons every 30 minutes. It's at about 80 degrees now. So it's got to go up 140 degrees. It's not going to take 7 hours. Comes up 20 degrees every 30 minutes. So it'll take about 3 hours for that thing to come all the way up to boil. Which I've got questions to our my supplier. In fact, I need to text him now because there was a part that I was supposed to get that I did not. Let's see here. Send me that. All right. Definitely. Good deal. Happy day. Happy. I'm seeing a temperature of about 90 degrees already. 90 degrees already in the pot, which is good. We'll let that run for a little while. And now, next up, what I'm going to do is, while that boils, the next step of the process is going to be to transfer that boiling water into the fermenter where the rice is. And the rice is going to be in its original uncut long grain form. And I'm going to dump it all into the fermenter now. I got to move the fermenter over here. I'm going to go ahead and ferment it over here in the middle of our floor, where it'll be nice and easy to manipulate and move around. But I'm also going to put it on a pallet, which will make it really easy to move around, even after I get it going. So that's the next thing you're going to see me struggling with. Here we go. Sorry. There we go. Now that is a 50-gallon fermenter. So I should be able to put the rice as well as the water, 25 gallons of water plus 60 pounds of rice, give or take, in here. Shouldn't be a problem at all. So make sure that this is locked. Now on with the show. This is it. Bum, ba, bum. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Now I will, when it comes time for transferring the boiling water to the rice into the fermenter, I will go ahead and use the pump for that. Because boiling water can maim and kill and damage human beings, none of which I am entirely into. In fact, my many hobbies include not being maimed, damaged, and killed. Why the hell isn't this coming out? All right. Who's here? Cheers to chat. Cheers to chat. Sorry. Hope you guys get a What is going on? Why are you being so difficult? Such a pain in the ass. All right, kids. I'm making whiskey today. You can't figure out how to open a bag. That's stupid. must have many life skills in order to survive in the post-nuclear apocalypse, including how to open bags. That is 25 to start with. Total that we're going to have in there is about 40. 5, 10, 15 additional. So we're going to have 40 pounds of rice. I really should have 60, I think. I don't think I can have too much rice in the mix. Definitely get the temperature up. Yep. Doing nicely. Okay. So the next thing after about 100 degrees, what we'll do is we'll transfer the water from the pot into the fermenter. And I could probably stand to use another 10 pounds of rice in there, because that is 20 pounds of rice. Another 25 pounds. I would feel. Oh, we got Patrick Ray down here at the bottom. Let's clear out Patrick Ray there. Bye-bye, Patrick Ray. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to send a text to my lovely wife, ask her if she can bring me a 25-pound bag of rice. If she can't do it, that's fine. If she can, that'd be awesome. Top Shelf, cheers, Top Shelf Justin. This is kind of an experimental batch. Let me bring you over here to camera 2 real quick. So what this is, Wednesday, we're going to explore rice whiskey. I have a bottle of rice whiskey at the house. Wednesday, we're going to do the history and mystery of rice whiskey on my happy hour, the Wednesday night happy hour. So I figured I'd finally get off my ass and make this batch of rice whiskey that I've been planning on making and talking about for the last, 4 or 5 months. It's not exactly experimental. It's a long-term plan. This is the second attempt at making a batch of rice whiskey. The first attempt, I didn't use nearly enough rice. This time around, I'm going to use the plan is to use 3 pounds of rice per gallon of water, which is about the same ratio of grains to water that I use when I'm making our bourbons. So I use about 300 pounds of corn, rye, and barley per 100 gallons of water for our whiskeys. So the first time I did this, the first time around, I think I used something like 15 pounds of rice. So I tripled it to 40 pounds of rice, but I think I want to use 60. I really do think I want to use 60 pounds of rice um, for. I'm hearing a rattle back there, and it sounds weird. Like I shouldn't have a rattle back there. There's nothing back there that should be rattling. But no, that's what I'm. That's the kind of the plan right now. This isn't. It's not entirely experimental, but it's the first learning steps to making a full scale batch. It's a small batch. It's going to be probably going to yield about uh, let's see here. If we have 20 gallons, 15% alcohol by volume would be 15% of 20 is what, 3? Is that right? 20 times 0.15. Yeah, it'll be 3 gallons. So I should get about out of with 3 gallons of pure alcohol, harvest out 2.5, double that to 5. 7 gallons times 4, 35. 7 times 4, 7 times 5 is 35 to 40 bottles of whiskey out of it. So between 3 and 4 cases. So it's not a huge batch, but it's kind of a learning process. This is how I learn. Um, my recipes. I use my small still, and it and with the whiskey that we're going to be tasting on Wednesday, it's Oishi whiskey out of Japan. It's fermented and or malted and unmalted rice. I don't know if it's aged. I haven't opened the bottle yet to see what it is. I might do a recorded tasting and sampling before we do the real show, so I can post it after the fact. But you know, I'm gonna. It's kind of my learning process. 5 minutes, 30 minutes is great. My lovely wife will be here in about an hour. Is fine. No rush. No rush. So we'll have the other 25 pounds of rice coming in about an hour. Um, yeah, 3 to 4 cases is nothing. It really isn't anything, and it's not going to be anything we sell. Um, it's not going to be anything we sell yet because I don't have a label for it. I can't sell. I can sell it in cocktails and I can sell it in samplings and I can put it in flights. But when we turn around and do the full scale batches, we're going to be making 10 times that much every time we run the stills. So we'll go from 3 cases to 30 cases every time we run the stills. And we have the two stills side by side, over here, which would give me 60 cases every week if I ran it every week. But we probably won't do this every week. It'll probably be one batch that we do, set up 60 cases of it. If I decide to make the rice whiskey, we'll set up 60, do a special release here at the distillery, sell it at the distillery. If people like it, then we'll do another couple of batches and get it into stores. That sort of thing. Nothing. I mean, it's kind of a specialty type of whiskey, from what I understand. There's not a lot of people who make it. We have a lot of rice in Texas. It's the second largest rice growing region in the country, and I believe the third or fourth largest rice growing region in the world, possibly fifth in the world behind China, India. It would be China, India, the United States would be the top 3, I believe, because all the arable land in Japan is like a fraction of the arable land in Texas. You know what we might do? We might do a YouTube tasting, a virtual YouTube tasting event with other YouTube whiskey tubers. That might be fun to do, where we take 5 or 6 small channels like Bourbon Bad Axe, Bourbon Rendezvous, um, uh, some of these other guys who have the smallish whiskey channels and kind of get together as a group and do a big like whiskey fest, a YouTube whiskey fest for uh, for channels that aren't so snobby that they can't that they don't talk to others. Like some of those guys like out in Dallas and uh, not Dallas, I mean Austin and others. So, but just to get do kind of a big sample fest of Old Humble rice whiskey. That'd be kind of cool, I think. Let me go check the temperature on my pot real quick. Turn the microphone here. You will notice a distinct drop in audio quality as I walk across the room. All right, we are adding 10 degrees every 15 minutes or so. So we should be up at 220 in no time at all. Oh, you're not one of the snobs, Dustin. You're one of the good people. That's why you're a mod. That's why I made you a mod. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, but while that's going, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and proof down our rye. Jason, hey, I mean, I would not be so petty as to name names. I would not. I would not be so petty as to name names. Actually, I don't think I've ever interacted with the Whiskey Crusader. Near as I can, yeah, I don't think I've ever interacted with the Whiskey Crusaders. Um, I haven't actually, honest to God, God's honest truth, I haven't reached out to a lot of whiskey tasting channels, whiskey tubers. I mean, there's a few that I have, and the ones that y'all probably know the ones that I have. The ones, Whiskey Battle, Whiskey Bourbon, Whiskey Wars. I mean, I've been on their shows. I'll subscribe to their channels. I'll watch what they do. I mean, the issue, the general complaint that I have with whiskey tubers, and it's not a fair complaint necessarily. I don't think it's a fair complaint, and I recognize that. I acknowledge that myself. When they do whiskey tastings and they go out to find new and unusual and different bottles, it's like Stag cask strength or Buffalo Trace limited edition, or it's just another factory bottle that has nationwide distribution, and it's just another factory whiskey. And I come from in the world that I'm in. Obviously, I'm in the craft spirits world, and when I think of stuff that's new and unusual and hard to find, I'm thinking of regional, local stuff you can't necessarily find in the liquor store, or stuff that you find in the liquor store that's unique to that area. When I go to Alabama, I don't want to get a whiskey that I can get in Texas. I want to get a whiskey that I can only get in Alabama. When I go to Colorado, I want a whiskey that I can only get in Colorado. Something unique to the state. The Breckenridge bourbon is delicious bourbon, but I can get it in Texas. So when I'm in Colorado, I don't want Breckenridge. I don't want um top 10 cup whiskey. I don't want Stranahan's. I don't want any of those when I'm in Colorado. I don't want any of those because I can get those here in Houston. Uh, if you're just gonna drink another Kentucky whiskey, I mean it's cool because I get it that like you're trying to appeal to a mass audience, and the mass audience is not necessarily going to be able to get the whiskey that's in Nevada or the whiskey that's from Georgia, and they only sell it in Georgia in a 6 square mile radius around the distillery. And like, if you're in Oregon and you're looking at some whiskey bozo in Nebraska drinking a whiskey that's only available at the distillery in Cheyenne, Georgia, or wherever. Like, that's not really interesting. I get that. I get it. But when you watch people falling all over themselves and standing in line for 6 hours to get this allocated bottle from a factory that makes 1,000 different bottles that taste just like that bottle, it's frustrating. Um, and you can only hear somebody tell you how many. I mean, how many times can you hear somebody tell you that Gentleman Jack tastes different from regular Jack Daniels? I mean, Gentleman Jack tastes like Gentleman Jack. It it it's a variation on the theme of Jack Daniels. It tastes like a better refined Jack Daniels. Um, and I get it. Like that's cool. I like when I do my own market research. I'll go out and do the same thing. I'll buy like 3 or 4 different bottles and kind of sample the broad spectrum of widely available stuff. Uh, you're not necessarily going to be looking for whiskey that nobody else can get, especially when you're trying to do a review for a mass audience. Uh, which is, and I am under no delusions. My review for Oishi whiskey, that's a 60 something dollar bottle of whiskey that I've only been able to find in 4 stores here in the Houston market, for God's sakes. That's not going to be a widely watched, widely distributed, widely followed uh, show if it's only about that brand and that whiskey, which is why it's not the intention is not to be about that brand of that whiskey. The intention is more be about that style of whiskey, rice whiskey, traditional rice whiskey, where it came from, where what you can do with it, the different flavors that are associated with it, and then coming back in a couple of weeks after dropping a fresh char coil into the mix, or some bourbon staves that I have here at the distillery, dropping that into the mix and seeing how the flavor changes on that whiskey over the course of the next couple of weeks. It's gonna be a fun experiment. That's how I do my market research. So y'all get a little insight into the market research that I do and how I research. Well, first I make it, and then I compare. I take a bottle off the shelf. I drink the bottle off the shelf, or I drink several bottles off the shelf. Then I make it and compare what I make to what the general style of the whiskey, and then I fiddle with it and see what I can do with it to change it and improve it, or uh, if the iteration on the shelf is the best version of it. I don't know. Um, I need to get my glasses on. Hold on one second. Oh, all right. Where are we at? Oh, thank you, Top Shelf, for posting it on the Discord. Um, Matt was in Dallas. Uh, if you haven't, I'll get you in touch with. Yeah, it would be cool. I would love to. I would love to chat with more of the whiskey tubers, and get more. Just be a part of the community, hang out with them more. I don't do a lot of. I'm like tangentially connected to the whiskey tubes because I don't really do a lot of whiskey reviews. I have whiskey related nonsense. That's what we do. Whiskey related nonsense. I don't so much do the Discord whiskey series. Yeah, I mean, Bourbon. The Bourbon. That's another dude. He's the guy up in Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. Bourbon is up in Wisconsin, if I recall, and he was one of I found him when he was at like 600 subs, and then he just launched up to 1,200 within the course of like 6 days. Um, I guess I should probably get a Discord. I don't know. I have a Reddit page. I guess I should set up a Discord. Um, Mash and Drum. That's another one that I've heard of, but I haven't really interacted with. I might have swapped emails with them once. I can't remember. Um, Scotch for Dummies. That's a great name for a channel. Um, I've seen reviews of Gentleman Jack. It's just, well, I don't know if I've seen reviews of it or just people talking about it. Um, Single barrels because we can. And see, that's one of the cool things. I'm me personally. I'm fascinated by whiskeys that you literally can't get your hands on. I'm infinitely curious to find out if Japanese if the whiskey from Blanton's that goes to Japan is different. Oh, I'm a sweaty. I'm not quite a sweaty mess, but I'm close. If the whiskey they send to Japan is different from the whiskey that we have here, uh, from what I can tell, it's not dramatically different. It just travels more miles, and might be cheaper even with the plane ride. Might be more abundant in Japan than it is here. It's hard to tell. Thank you, Jason. I think whiskey related nonsense is good as well. I mean, that's what we like. That's what I like to do. It's whiskey tangent, whiskey related nonsense, whiskey fueled nonsense. That's the kind of nonsense that I like to that I like to promote on my channel. We don't necessarily do a lot of whiskey tastings. I mean, I drink my whiskey all the time on my channel, um, but we don't do a lot of. I do a lot of other nonsense, all kinds of nonsense, video transitions, philosophical nonsense, sometimes political nonsense. Usually philosophical nonsense that people decide is political, when it really isn't political. It's just philosophical. Um, yeah, see, I have a regular who comes on my Friday nights, and he brought a bottle of Blant. He's a pilot, and when he had just like literally that morning flown back from Japan, and he had a bottle of Blanton's, and he pulled it out of his car and he shared it with me, that he had just picked up in Tokyo, and I thought it tasted like Blanton's. It tasted. I couldn't tell the difference at the first sip. I couldn't really tell the difference, um, but I wouldn't be surprised. I, See, there's also this perceived value. If if like for example, our first two labels that we sold were Roughneck Reserve and Boomtown Bourbon. The Roughneck Reserve was basically our straight whiskey that was aged in a new barrel from jump. So it was 90% corn, 10% malted barley, aged in a new barrel 6 to 9 months. Our Boomtown was 70% corn, 74% corn, 16% rye, and 4%, sorry, 8% malted barley. I think that was the breakdown, something like that. Y'all can play with the math. It was somewhere in that neighborhood. Um, but because the Roughneck Reserve had reserve in the title, people assumed that the Roughneck Reserve was the more refined of the two flavors. But because it had such a heavy corn content and low rye content, zero rye content, I thought it tasted like corn whiskey. So it didn't taste like a well refined bourbon. I thought the Boomtown Bourbon was a much better product. It was a higher price. It was the way it was positioned between our products. It was about $10 more expensive than the Roughneck Reserve, but because the Roughneck Reserve said reserve, people assumed that the Roughneck Reserve was the good stuff. In fact, I had people tell me, no, like, no, I want the good stuff, the reserve. Like, but the okay, I didn't argue. But they'd drink the Roughneck Reserve and they wouldn't try the Boomtown Bourbon because the Boomtown wasn't the reserve. They thought the reserve was the good stuff. So it was kind of disappointing to me that we had so badly branded and mixed up our messaging about the two labels, which is another reason why I discontinued the Roughneck Reserve label. But mostly it was because I wanted to convert the Roughneck Reserve to a whiskey using used barrels. So that's a little history of one of our labels that we do. But a lot of it is perceived value. If you have distillery, so I could take 10 cases of our whiskey off the still, like two of our 5 gallon barrels, and separate those aside and just label it as distiller select. Everything else is the same. Everything else is the same, from the grains to the day it was made, the day it was barreled to the day it was bottled. The only difference is that it says distiller select on the bottle. It costs another $5. There's a perceived value, and I could put them side by side, and there will be some people, not all the people, but some people will drink the literal same bottle of whiskey side by side. One says distiller select, one doesn't, and they'll go. Wow, that's much, much better. Wow, what'd you do different? And then I'm just snickering the whole time. Because and I can tell you it has happened. It is absolutely 100% happened. I've done tastings where I've been able to influence the way people perceive the whiskey, telling them that they can taste peach notes or cinnamon flavor or whatever uh, uh, whatever hints that I want to suggest as to how it's supposed to taste. They'll draw those tastes out, which is one of the reasons why when we're doing our group market research of 6 or 8 people around a table and comparing samples back and forth is one of our primary rules is you have to do the work in silence. You are not allowed to speak when we are doing a tasting of our whiskeys. When we are doing samplings and tastings, you are not allowed to speak, especially if it's market research. Uh, I keep saying market research. We actually do like a legit market research thing where we'll take a bunch of samples from uh, bunch of blind samples or a bunch of samples of whiskey that I've been aging at different points to see where it's done, and we'll actually try them. And I'll compare. We'll have notes and notebooks and compare opinions, but we can't compare opinions in real time. We have to compare opinions at the end of the tasting because if at any point in the middle of the tasting somebody goes, "Wow, that's really good," or "Oh my God, this tastes like skunk piss," it's going to affect everybody else's opinion of that sample of whiskey. They're going to go, which one did you hate? And then they'll go, number four. And they'll say, oh, yeah, I thought that one was terrible too. And then everybody hates number four all of a sudden. Um, uh, how long do we age our whiskeys? We age our whiskeys in our 5 gallon barrels, we go 6 to 9 months. In our 50 gallon barrels, our rye is 2.5 years with extra oak staves, and our straight whiskey is 5 years in used barrels. And then our special reserve is 5 years in used barrels plus uh, a month to 2 months, 3 months tops. I've never had to go longer than 12 weeks, either on fresh 5 gallon barrels or with extra oak staves put back in the barrel. So on fresh wood for another 2 to 3 months. Um, and yeah, tasting is a very subjective whiskey. The experience of whiskey is a very subjective uh, event. It's a very personal and very subjective, and you can influence that. Same way with movies. Movies can be well, I mean, just about every experience is a very subjective thing, and you can directly and indirectly influence that. And when we're doing our big roundtable tastings, I really, really, really try to keep that outside influence to a minimum. I want it to be about the whiskey, specifically about the whiskey. I do not have at this point right now. I don't have the capacity. I can't afford to keep barrels around to see what happens. Um, when we fill up the channels with our bourbon next year, I'll probably start keeping a few barrels around. I've kept the 5 gallon barrels as long as 18 months, and it did not, it didn't improve with the extra time. It didn't improve significantly with the extra time. Um, in Texas, it's kind of like a time warping. The heat of Texas is a time warping uh, climate experience. The heat can, 2 years in Texas is like 5 years in Kentucky and like 8 or 9 years in Scotland. Uh, so when you're talking about bourbons in Texas, it's not like a 15-year Scotch. A 15-year Scotch is going to be more like a 7-year Kentucky or a 5-year Texas. It's it takes longer to age at the same amount of time in Scotland as it does in Kentucky or as it does in Texas. And the further south in Texas you go, with the higher heat and the more climate variations and fluctuations, uh, you just get a much more unpredictable aging experience the longer you go. And the amount of whiskey that you lose to evaporation and to seepage is more significant than you would expect. I think Garrison Brothers says they lose something like 40% of their whiskey over the course of 5 years, and I can't afford that. Not even a little bit. But we will, once we fill up our channels, we will start to slowly convert over from 5 gallon barrels to 15 gallon barrels, or 5 gallons to 20 gallons to 50 gallons, and it'll start having a mix of barrels. And eventually, I'm going to bifurcate my bourbon line to have our small batch craft Boomtown bourbon and our long aged uh, straight bourbon. I don't know if I'll continue to call it Boomtown, but our longer aged straight bourbon whiskey. So we'll have the Boomtown craft bourbon whiskey, and then the, I don't know, Metropolis bourbon or something. I don't know what we'll call it. Uh, Skyline bourbon, maybe. I don't know. Um, yeah, exactly. I mean, you nailed it right on the head there, Jason. You could take the whiskey off of one still, put it in 5 barrels, and send it to 5 locations, and it'll come back as 5 different whiskeys, um, and or 5 different flavors of the same, 5 different expressions of the same whiskey. And when you, and that's one of the biggest complaints again that I have about Kentucky whiskey, Kentucky bourbons. They get most of their flavor from the barrel, uh, a good chunk of their flavor from the water, and a good chunk of their flavor from the climate. And if the climate's the same and the recipe's the same and the water's the same and the barrel's the same, what the hell are you people doing with 1,000 different labels? It can't be drastically different. Uh, uh, you're talking about uh, 60% corn versus 70% corn. I mean, the biggest differences would be if you actually use different grains, rye versus wheat. But the difference that you're talking about, differences in concentration of um, the unhumble bourbon. You're talking about differences in concentrations of rye at that point. I mean, how drastically different if you're talking about a 30 mile a 30-mile stretch of Kentucky that uses the same water, the same climate, the same wood, and the same recipe, or close to the same recipe. Like, you're drinking the same damn whiskey. It's a little bit different. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little bit different. You can tell the difference in some, but Jesus Christ, try, like New York whiskey is gonna be different. It's gonna taste different. Just it's a real challenge when you have 4 of them right next to each other, and they all come from Lawrenceburg. They all have the same water. They all have the same limestone filtering. They all have the same barrel. They all have the same grain bill. It's like these all taste remarkably the same within marginal degrees of difference. Yeast makes a little bit of a difference too, but again, you're talking marginal differences. It's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Uh, so very frustrating, especially when there's so many really good, fantastic, small distillers that are just starving for some attention out there. They make great, fantastic stuff. Still Austin. Um, Nine Banded. Yeah, Nine Banded. They make good stuff too. I'm just fucking with you. Nine Banded's really good. Uh, Still Austin. Schitt's Creek was one that I just recently picked up. Here in town, well, Yellow Rose used to be small and starving for attention, but they're uh, funded now. uh, Grateful Dane is one that's here in town. Avonak, Fox and Seeker. These are guys that are in town that are they make great stuff, and it's uh, people like the blood of Christ every Sunday. That is some cheap fucking wine in almost every church you go to. That's the cheapest wine. Um, but again, I get it. You know, if I'm going to do a review of a whiskey that you can't have, what's the point in doing a review of a whiskey you can't have? You've got to. I mean, why are you interested? Um, but that does bring me to this idea that I've been kicking around for a show of doing the 50 states or the United States of whiskey, where we review a whiskey from every state. Ideally, a whiskey that you cannot get in my specs, one that you have to go to the distillery and get it delivered through one of the delivery services. Um, that's exactly what I mean. They taste different, but they all taste familiar. Like they don't taste they don't taste so different that you could drink it and go, aha, pink lemonade, and then drink the other one and go, aha, that is definitely sour apple. I mean, you know, it's like shades of pink lemonade. Like this pink lemonade and this is the different pink lemonade, and I can't really tell which one's which. They don't taste as different as Coke and Pepsi taste, unless you have a really refined palate, which I don't have. They do not taste as drastically different as Coke and Pepsi and Dr. Pepper. There is variation. I'm not gonna. I don't. There is variation to bourbons, but there is remarkably for your mainline bourbons, your mainline factory bourbons. There's very little variation. When you start getting into the stuff that they do different aging time will give you a different flavor. Their different mash bills will give you a different flavor. Their different levels. There it is. It just reconnected. Different alcohol levels will give you different flavors, but it is not. I mean, if you get just the standard offering, um, there is a much larger variation between Breckenridge out of Colorado and Wild Turkey than there is between Wild Turkey and anything else in Kentucky. I'll put it that way. There you get a much wider variation and more noticeable variation when you go out of state. A wider variation in something out of West Virginia or Virginia, for that matter, even West Virginia and Virginia, you get a wider variation between those two locations than you do anything. You get a wider variation between Austin and Houston and Dallas than you do out of anything inside of the state of Kentucky. Um, you'll have a much wider variation between uh, still Austin bourbon and our bourbon, and uh, trying to think of something up in Dallas. Uh, Firestone. Oh, yeah, Firestone up out of Dallas. You'll have a much wider variation between Dallas, Austin, and Houston than you will out of anything um, inside the border. Similar products inside the borders of Kentucky. And if you're going to compare a $100 Kentucky to a $30 Kentucky, you're going to get a you're probably going to get a difference between those two bottles. But if you're comparing $30 and $30 to $30 and $30, yeah, there's no question. And that's just because just have a different aging period, different climate, different atmosphere in general between Austin and Houston. You have a different aging period, different climate, different um, atmosphere in general between Dallas and Austin and Dallas and Houston. The distilleries up in the Amarillo area, if there are any. I don't know if we have any up in the Amarillo area, up in the High Plains. But Balcones is going to be drastically different than the stuff out in the hill country. Balcones is up in Waco, just south of Dallas. It's going to be drastically different than stuff that's outside of San Antonio, because San Antonio and Waco are so climatically different. And those two, as different as they are from each other, are drastically different than Kentucky as well. Um, and yeah, that's and that's that's one of the cool things about the regional experience. And one of the things about Kentucky bourbon is that it's a national product. Uh, Texas bourbons, for the most part, are Texas products. They're most of them are local, few of them are statewide. Uh, and you and that's where you run in as an enthusiast outside of the state of Kentucky. I'm not so much necessarily an enthusiast of Kentucky whiskeys. I'm an enthusiast of whiskeys in general. And when I run into a bunch of tastings, and they're all just like, you know, you Google whiskey tastings, and it's Kentucky factory, 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 Kentucky factory. It's like, Jesus Christ! There's other stuff in the country, but most of the stuff in the country is when you talk about a national product, most of the national products do indeed come from Kentucky. Um, hmm. Climate matters more when it's a bit raw and less aged. That's a good question. Or that's an interesting statement. That would be something that would be fun to explore. Like, the longer it is in a barrel, the longer it sits in the barrel, does it get more of the barrel flavor? And does the barrel flavor become a larger and larger and larger aspect of, like, if you had different mash bills, for example, 100% corn versus 100%, 90% corn versus 95% rye versus 90% malted bar or 100% malted barley. Three different mash bills, three distinctly different styles of whiskey that taste distinctly different in their raw form. Would there be a point of in time, trying to find where like pointed right at the game, would there be a point in time where the flavors all converge into a single flavor profile somewhere down the road? Because they would have so much barrel flavor to them that you couldn't distinguish the mash bill. You couldn't distinguish the mash bill. The climate would make, not so much of a difference. I mean, the climate interacts with the barrel as the climate changes. The barrel can more effectively or less effectively do its job. Um, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, so that's how climate, the aging time in Texas versus the aging time in Kentucky versus the aging time in Colorado versus New York, et cetera, that changes. And that's how climate affects the barrel itself. So I would think that the longer you age it, the more the climate has an effect to allow the barrel to do its job. But the climate by itself doesn't do it. You don't just if you put the whiskey in a neutral container in the climate's not going to do a fucking nothing to the whiskey. It's not going to sit in a stainless steel container in ice cold conditions versus a stainless steel container in desert conditions versus a stainless steel container in hot, humid, swamp ass conditions. Y'all couldn't hear that, but that sounded like a whale calling. That was messed up. The climate by itself doesn't do anything, right? Putting it in a plastic barrel in a stand of trees in swamp ass Houston isn't going to do a damn thing. It's got to be in a barrel. The barrel has to do its thing. So, like, climate and barrel interact together. Um, um, 23-year-old rye, Kentucky rye that didn't seem that different from a bourbon of that age. Yeah, yeah, I get that. Hot take, pun intended. That's funny. Um, come on, scroll up. There we go. We're always going. Yeah, and I'm scrolling back up through chat. The biggest problem with craft is it always comes back to age. There's only, like small distilleries. We can't sit on barrels for 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years. We can't. We got to pay rent. We got to sell the damn whiskey unless we're really well funded. Um, unless you're really well funded, and then uh, we've got to sell product. We've got to get that product out the door. So, um, what are we looking? I'm scrolling through chat. Sorry. A single distillery. Then he's and Jason, I yeah, this is a great discussion to have. The more variation between distilleries versus more variation between layers inside of a distillery. I love this sort of stuff is thoroughly subjective, and I find these discussions to be just delightfully. So there's no right and there's no wrong answer to this. You can look at all the science and all the data, but ultimately it comes down to the taste buds, the nose, the eyes, and the brain. You can think things. If you think it's different, it's going to be different. Um, I mean, the effects of marketing is very real. Um, you don't think it's neatly quantifiable with time alone. Uh, you never quite get the same result aging in Scotland as in Waco. And the reality is you don't get the same result from batch to batch either. Every batch has variations. Every batch has its quirks. And if we take our entire batch of bourbon and bottle our entire batch of bourbon and then make another batch of bourbon and barrel the entire batch of bourbon and bottle the entire batch of bourbon, the second batch is going to be different from the first batch, without question. That's the nature of craft. That's the nature of small batches. In Kentucky, they're constantly blending barrels together, constantly, constantly, constantly. 10,000 barrels at a time going into a batch, a few gallons, 50 gallons at a time going into 10,000 gallons. Uh, uh, that's a way to stabilize. That's also a way that Scotch manufacturers stabilize their Scotch. They blend barrels together in the same distillery, or they blend distilleries' barrels together to get a blended Scotch. That's one way to stabilize the flavor. We're always going to have variation because this batch is going. I'm going to bring this batch down to 0 gallons, 0 drops, 0 cups, 0 anything, and then start the next batch. So there's always going to be some variation between my batches, not just the climate, but just the months, this year's weather versus last year's weather. We are strongly affected by weather, not just climate. All that stuff. Um, all that stuff is uh, goes into uh, variation. It goes into the value of the bottles, in my personal opinion. That's one of the cool things about when you're looking for craft whiskeys and small batch whiskeys. Like, this bottle is going to be different than your next bottle. The next bottle is going to be different than your first bottle. There are going to be variations on a theme. They'll be similar, but they're not going to be the same. And that's it. Like, every time you buy a bottle, it's a cool little adventure. It's a different adventure, and that's one of the cool things I love about it. That's also the opposite of that. Is one of the reasons why people love and value the high volume factory whiskeys, because every time you drink a bottle, it's pretty much the same. A 1985 bottle of Wild Turkey is going to be mostly the same, almost identical to a 1995 bottle of Wild Turkey and a 2005 bottle of Wild Turkey and a 2015 bottle of Wild Turkey, just because they're making a zillion gallons at a time. Hell, the bottle you buy in 2015 might have been made in 2010. You can't also you can never really be certain about that. They can have warehouses of this shit just stacked up and piled up and piled up. I doubt they have a 5-year inventory, but you get what I um um and yeah, I don't know if we would get the I don't know if the flavors of the barrels would converge. I would think I would think that at some point you would get so much barrel flavor that eventually those flavors would converge. And unless you had a very refined palate to be able to tell the underlying flavor. It's just like if you pour enough salt on something, eventually all you're going to taste is the salt, right? That's my theory. I don't know if it's true, but if you think about it, I mean that makes sense, kind of. Um, 1985 will taste nothing like a 2000. Okay, 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 calm down. um, that will pay 10 times premium for the 85 bottle. Okay, wow, I had no idea. Um, I need more water. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go check on my pot. Let me switch cameras here so y'all can see the pot. Hopefully, we're not boiling over. Well, we shouldn't boil over. Let's see what we got. For that, 120. Wow, we're getting almost up to 140. Whew, hot. That is hot water. Okay. While I have the camera over there, uh, what I need to do, this here, this is the container that I have my rye in. I need to get this rye out of here and into one of those barrels over there. Uh, but in order to do that, I need to get those barrels on a pack. All right, good. The ratio of spirit and water evaporation will also matter. Yeah. Well, let's see here. What do we got? There's actually a store that sells dusty bourbon, cheap crap, the mid-shelf premium stuff. Bourbon is falling off. Huh. See, here's the thing. That is 100%. Like the bourbon in the bottle is 100% the original. Like it shouldn't have changed flavor while it's in the bottle. That suggests that that there was a different process between 2012 or whenever they made that and put it on the shelf in 2012 to today. It shouldn't have changed flavor. Uh, it should be those bottles, dusty bottles, should be time capsules. Um, unless there's something in the bottle itself, and then it's you know God only knows what happened. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I know that any bottle that I've got that has sat around, I mean, it hasn't changed its flavor, um, not significantly at least, unless I had some barrel particulate in the bottle, and then it's changed its flavor. But as long as there's no barrel particulate in the bottle, it hasn't changed its flavor. It tastes the same as it did the day it was bottled. Um, but yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. It's the process along the way, the ingredients, the process, the equipment along the way that's changed, causing a difference in production stuff. It might even be, I mean, they may be aging it the same amount of time, but it's just hotter summers and it's aging faster and it's aging more and it tastes worse because there's more barrel to the bottle. That could be the case. That's a legitimate, climate change. Like climate change could be affecting the production of bourbon, the aging system and the aging style. Um, and it could simply be that they're being forced to make more of it. So the quality of the barrels has gone down because the market for buying it is larger, which is just all the more reason to buy small batch craft distilled whiskeys like the Old Humble Distilling Company's delicious whiskey. Get it at a local store near you in the state of Texas, you suckers in Kentucky. um, but it's anyway. I need to go fill up these barrels. Let me switch my camera one more time. Over here. There we go. All right, now I'm going to move this microphone a little bit closer to the action so that y'all can hopefully hear me a little bit better as I do my thing. But I also need to find my notebook because it has everything that I need to know inside that little notebook. That would be a remarkably smart place to put the notebook. But clearly, all right. So, like 2/3 of my job, walk 2/3 the bathroom guys came and emptied out our honey bucket. They're like, that, my friend, is how we know that the bathroom is every week, Monday or Tuesday. Where is my damn notebook? Dude, if I can't find my notebook, I can't. Oh, there it is. Found the notebook. If I can't find my notebook, I can't do any work. Well, see, that could explain why bourbon makers are cutting age on their whiskey. But here's the thing: a barrel isn't magic. Uh, the barrel doesn't change what goes into the barrel. Uh, if you put garbage in, get garbage out. You get garbage out with a different flavor profile. Um, that was on 10. Uh, here. That's third, straight whiskey, 5, 10 run. I've done a rye run recently. I'm looking for my ratios for the rye. Make sure I get it right. So I'm doing 30 gallons of rye. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to have science content coming up. Uh, science content. So I need to get my science kit. Be right back. Check that. What I need to do is I need to transfer over the alcohol from that tank there to this barrel here. I need to make sure we maintain. I need to know. I need to know what proof we start at. So I start with 30 gallons. I'll start with 30 gallons, and then we'll add water to reduce that proof. Then we run it through the filter. As you will see, though, this is all very manual processes. There's not a lot of I have pumps, but when we're talking about volumes like this, I'm not really worried about. I'm not really worried about getting quickly. I'm more worried about making sure I have the right volume. I'm going to move this here. I think this pallet is from this side. Yeah. This pallet. Good. My lovely wife should be getting here any minute now with the extra rice, but we still have probably about an hour's worth of water cooking time to go through. We're at 140 gallons. I think this is running awfully slow, considering how long it's supposed to take for this to boil. I'll be okay at 140. Yeah, how long has this stream been going? That'll tell me how long this boil's been taking. An hour and a half. Hour and a half. We've gone up. In 90 minutes, we've gone up 60 degrees from about 80 degrees to 140. So 90 minutes, 60 degrees in 90 minutes. 60 degrees in 90 minutes. That's 6 every 9. 40 degrees in an hour. So we need to go up 80 to 140 degrees. Take 4 hours to bring this shit to a boil. I gotta call my supplier now. Maybe I just need a higher hand cord to run power to this thing. All right, so step one is transfer 30 gallons. Out of 6 of these buckets, I'm going to become a sweaty mess. Woo. This shit's hot. We're at 140. That is 6 gallons there. That is 12 gallons. Well, count with the kids. We need 5. 5. Ha, ha, ha. Hold on, I want to get a video of this. Hey, my pleasure, Jason. My pleasure, Dustin. I will be here all afternoon. Feel free to come back and check in, see if we're still here. Thank you. Bonus point. I always like bonus points. All right. All right. Plug the phone back in. Hopefully it'll plug back in. Back to work. Back to work, whiskey man. Now I gotta check the damn tape. So I got would appear the camera froze earlier. Y'all couldn't see anything that I was doing over there because I was like, the camera had frozen. Make sure that's my fifth barrel. I hate distracting myself. I'm fairly certain this is my fifth bucket. Damn it, I hate doing this. Where's my paddle? All right. I feel fairly confident that it's number 5. All right. Now I will take a reading of the proof. 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 What do I do with my notebook? Where did I put it? Oh, here it is. What if my wife forgot to come up here with the damn rice? Well, send her a message real quick. Oh, okay. Should have my rice up here in any minute now. Cool. Okay, so what we're doing right here is I'm taking a reading of the proof for my rye. Confirm what it is that I'm working with. Hey, Mr. Great Shot, cheers to you in Austin. You're in Austin, wherever. Central America. Central Texas, rather. So right now we've got a reading that is at 128 and a temperature that is at, I don't know where my thermometer went. There it is. 128 is the temperature of. It's actually better practice. Take the temperature up here. It says 86. We got a solid 86 up there. So 128 at 86 degrees. 128, 86 gives me a proof of 118. 118 down to 118 at 128 proof at 86 degrees equals 118 proof. 118.0 to be exact. Yep. All right. So I'll take that. I'll put these guys over here on my non-science table. And I will also prepare a sacrifice to the whiskey gods. Cheers. Melt in your mouth, not in your hand. All right, we're up over 150 now, which is great. That's where we need. Now, this is the point of the performance where I perform the magical incantation. We have 30 gallons at 118 proof. That means we have 17.7 gallons. I don't know if y'all can actually see me. I'm way over here. Can y'all see me? Y'all can't actually move over here. You can actually see me. All right. Now get on this guy. Okay. Camera working? Yeah, the camera's working. Okay. My sound is choppy because the microphone is half a mile away from me, but I'm closer. Closer now. This is probably a really bad place to have my. Hey, Cam's Max. Cheers. Welcome to chat. Okay, so we have 118 proof, 30 gallons of 118 proof is 17.7 gallons of alcohol. 17.7 gallons of alcohol at 45% alcohol is 39.333 gallons, which means that I need to add 9.3 gallons of water. I'll call it 10. I'll call it 10 gallons of water because some of the water will bind to the alcohol and actually vanish. We're at almost 160 degrees right now, which is fantastic. Okay, so let's turn the camera. Actually, y'all wouldn't be able to see what I'm doing over there anyway. I'm gonna leave the camera right where it's at on the pot. I'm gonna take my barrels over there and see what I need for water. I'll be right back. What I need is one of those tracking cameras that'll follow me through the distillery while I do my work, so that y'all can see what I'm doing. If y'all care. If you don't care, that's fine. You can probably still hear me talking. As I knock the microphone down. There it is. Probably still hear me. But the actual action right now, the important action, is what's going on with that oil pot. You may think this is just a video of watching water boil. You would kind of be right. So I'll let you think that. All right, so I need to add 10 gallons of water over here. All right. So what's going on in this right now, what we're doing right now, since I'm right here, I can tell you. What we're doing right now with this pot is boiling water. This is boiling water, or soon to be boiling water. It's currently 158 degrees, 156 degrees, and the rest of my rice just showed up. In this fermenter right here, we have rice. Rice. And we just have the last of it coming. I'll be right back. Duck walk. Duck walk under the door. Hey, can I have a kiss? Ladies and gentlemen, the Mrs. Old Humble guy right there. She brought in almost all the rice.
Brought 25?
25 additional pounds of rice. So right now we have 40 pounds in here right now. I'm going to add this remaining 20 pounds to go with the 20 gallons of water we have in there. 25 gallons of water, actually. And I'm going to let it steep. I'm going to let it steep overnight. And tomorrow, I'm going to bring some more water up a little bit hotter, to about 100 degrees, add in the koju, and then the heat, and let it do its thing. So we'll finally get this stuff out of her. She likes that. Just off where she wants to be. She's like, I know, I'm just off
Did you
camera.
grind it?
No, we didn't. I don't
So
grind
you
the rice.
don't need to grind
The rice does not grind. The rice
That would mess it up.
as long grain. Bourbon Ron's in the house. Cheers, Ron.
Okay. Is that all you need me for? Are
That's it, baby.
you drinking enough water?
I'm drinking water. I have my own mug. My wife's gonna be with the hot moms at the swimming pool this afternoon. Gonna go to the swimming pool and run a train. You don't know what that means. Love you. Bye. So Bourbon Ron, we are making rice whiskey today. As I was just explaining, we have 65 pounds of rice in my fermenter right here, and it is just plain old long grain rice. I don't think I needed to bother grinding it. When we go into full production, I'll get my rice in bulk, so hundreds of pounds at a time, not bags of 50, 25, and 5. So generally speaking, when I do my distillations and boils, I got about a 3-to-1. I go for a 3-to-1 ratio between the water and grain. 3-to-1 pounds of grain to the water. The first time I did the rice whiskey, I shorted the rice, the actual grain. So this time I'm going a full 3 pounds per gallon. The water, we are at 160. We are just about 60 degrees south of boiling. But I will get this up to boiling and then transfer the water directly up into the fermenter there, using my handy dandy water pump that I have over there in my rack of stuff. But right now, what I'm actually in the middle of doing, I'm going to turn. I guess I can. It's not going to do any good. You can't see the whole table. I'm over here transferring water, 10 gallons of water into my rock. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay on. I'm sure y'all are full of questions. Just have to wait. Oh, we'll do that. Bring it back over to y'all. What it is that I do. Blending it, mind you. All right, we're back. Now this isn't blending the whiskey. Well, this is kind of blending the whiskey. Well, I already blended the barrels of the whiskey together into that storage tank. Uh, Okay. So what I'm doing at this point is I have the whiskey, and it started off at 118 proof. What I'm doing is I'm adding water to bring it down to 90 proof. And I'll let this blend in for a minute. Stir it with my big fishing paddle. This will be about 17 cases, give or take. Now, we started off at 86 degrees. With the blending of the whiskey, the addition of the water to the whiskey, the temperature has gone to 91 degrees. Because there's a hydrothermic reaction, hydroscopic. It's 90 degrees up here in at 91 degrees down here. I will take a proof measurement. And at 91 degrees, what I'm looking for is a proof measurement that reads much higher than where I'm at on the list now. Should be right around 100 proof is the reading that I'm looking for, if I recall. 91 degrees, 90 proof is 103. So what I'm looking for is a proof reading right about 103. And what I've got is a proof reading that is right at 106. So I need to add a little bit more water. Until we get down to 103. Because at 103, at 106, I'm at 92 proof, and that's too hot. For my labels say 90, I need to be within 1 degree, 1 proof point either way. That is the error allowed. And within 1, that doesn't mean 91.2. That means being within, between 90 and 91. Within the one proof reading. That's right, Ron. I forgot. It is National Bourbon Day. That's correct. Glorious day. I'm looking at the hydrometer down here floating. We should be real close to where we need to be. It's 105. We're floating right at 105, which means I need to add a little bit more whiskey or a little bit more water. All right, so we're still at 90. We're at 90 degrees up top and at 105. Let me see what that'll tell me. Go to my other screen here. We're still floating at 92 degrees or 92 proof. I need to bring it down. I still need to bring it down to 103. So I need to add a little bit more water. There's only 2 ways to change the proof content of your whiskey. There's only two ways. You either change the content of the whiskey or change the content of the water. We're now, when it's settled down a little bit, now we're floating in 90 or 104, which is almost tolerable. Temperature's gone down, though, to 89 degrees. See if it settles down at 89. All right, so we're looking at 89 degrees at 104. We're still at 91.9. So I still want to add some more water to it and bring that temperature down. And see, I don't need to add a whole lot of water to the mixture, to the solution, if you will. I don't need to add a whole lot because we're still only talking about 35 gallons or 45 gallons, 40 gallons rather. We're still only talking about 40 gallons, 17 and a half gallons of alcohol. So we're not talking about a huge volume in here. And, again, the big guys have it a lot easier. They have a much wider margin of error. They can do 100 gallons and a half. They can do, they can add a whole bunch of water and not have to be as precise, because when you're working on whatever, you have 50 gallons in it. If you're working on 1,000-gallon batches or whatever you're working on, you have a much wider tolerance for error. You don't have to be as precise. When you're talking about volumes that I'm working at, we got to be damn precise. I got to go down to the, half-gallon mark in my measurements. That is right at 103. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right at 103. And my temperature is 90, 89 degrees, 103 proof. That gives me a proof reading of 90.8 within the margin of error. I could probably even add a little bit more water to it, but that temperature is high 90 or high 89. Okay. So 10 gallons equal 40 between 90.8 and 90.2 proof, which is pretty fucking good for a non-digital recording. All right. Away my science equipment. And now we move on to the mechanical part. Well, I can't move on to the mechanical part because my fermenter is where my transfer pots, my blending pots are supposed to go. So I need to move these guys out of the way so I can move that out of the way. But that's okay. It can stay there for now. I'll come back later this week and do this again. Wednesday, I am occupado. Till evening with the trivia. Tomorrow, Wednesday, we can get this going. Finish bottling it up by Friday. We're at 170. 50 degrees to go. 50 degrees to go. Let's visit chat and see what people are talking about without me. Probably having interesting conversations because I'm not involved. But first, I'm going to grab myself a drink to do. A little. Here you go. Little, how's that? was that fan service? Was that good? Okay. Into the chat we go. Oh, hey, Phil from Everything Spicy is in the house. Cheers, Phil. Oh, Jesus, warm Coke. That's still pretty all right. The other way. There's two ways to change the proof of your whiskey. Or there's one is to add water, the other is to add alcohol. As the only two ways you change, or I guess you could remove alcohol. That'd be a third way. But you don't ever really want to remove alcohol because at that point you're just distilling it again. That'll change the proof as well. You could heat it up. That would be the way to leave it in the sun. When you leave a bottle of alcohol in the sun, you have it corked, and you leave it, and the sun's beaming down on the bottle, and then the volume of the bottle starts to rise up in the neck, and the cork pops off. That's alcohol escaping. It's getting hot. It's getting concentrated. The pressure's rising. The alcohol pops and pushes that out. But yeah, in this shop, the only two ways to change the proof of your whiskey is by adding alcohol or adding water. So there you go. Am I hiring sippers? I'm happy to hire them, but I'm not paying them. So you're welcome to put in an application, but your salary requirements has to be 0 because that's what we're paying. Great grandmother was a bootlegger. Very cool. The bootlegging arts were, man, there's some great damn stories about people bootlegging, running moonshine and bootlegging, just doing it's the birth of NASCAR, really. Just all the stories of people dodging the cops and diving into the bushes and driving the cars with the no lights and zipping back and forth, going back roads, going through fields. The way they would catch those people, the way the cops never really had to chase them because eventually they'd come. They just had to be able to follow behind them enough for to get their way to the stills. They never actually had to catch them. And all the moonshiners had to do was drive away from them fast enough for long enough to run the booze out of the car. At least that's a legend. I don't know if they ever actually did it. Run the car on the alcohol. It doesn't seem like a very good way to save your alcohol. Maybe having an extra tank. Just doesn't seem like a very efficient or effective way to run a car. On pure ethanol, to have a highly modified engine. I don't know. Lots of great stories, though. Lots of great stories. Okay, so what's going on over here? Let's switch camera. Let me show you real quick what's going on over here. Hi. Those are my two big stills. This is my fermenter that I'm using. It's my small fermenter. It's got 65 pounds of corn, or I'm sorry, not corn, 65 pounds of rice. Over there, I don't have a pointing stick. Over here, in front of that, over here, yeah, you can kind of there. That is my baby still. The baby still right now is just running water. I'm heating up the water to the point where it boils, and then we will add the boiling water to the rice, and we'll let the boiling water and the rice steep. I'll seal it up so it'll cook just like a rice cooker would cook. You add boiling water to rice, you cover it, and let it cook. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add the boiling water to the rice. I'm going to cover it, seal it, let it cook. When the temperature drops early tomorrow, I will come back in here, and I have the next portion of ingredients that I need to add. Some hot laser pointer. Hang on. I got something better. Okay, I'll use this. So what I'll do is tomorrow I'll come in here with my long grains and koju, and I'll heat up some water. I'll add the koju with the water to the pot, to the fermenter, and then what that'll do is the koju will convert the starches in the rice water to sugars, and then later tomorrow afternoon I can come back in a third time when the temperature in the pot has dropped down below when the temperature in the fermenter rather has dropped down below 85 degrees. I'll add the yeast, and then the yeast will do what yeast does: convert sugars to alcohol. And there you go. That's the interaction between these two things. And when these stills get connected up, my fermenter won't be 50 gallons; they'll be 250 gallons, and much larger, much more effective. And we'll be making bourbon at that point. But this week we're making rice, and this production here is in conjunction with this week's Wednesday night show, where we will be opening and sampling a bottle of rice whiskey, Oishi rice whiskey from Japan. I'll be trying that rice whiskey. We'll be considering that rice whiskey as a traditional rice whiskey and pondering ways that I've never had this whiskey before. It's going to be a new little adventure for me to see what this whiskey's like, what it tastes like, the style of it. I've made a little bit of rice whiskey here, but it was a very, very small batch and a very inefficient fermentation because I didn't use enough rice, so I didn't get a lot of alcohol. But this time I'm using a whole lot more rice. I expect to get much more alcohol out of the process. Last time I got about between 5 and 10%, so this time I'm expecting to get between 15 and 20%. It's an ingredient never thought of, but you love sake. You bootleg sake. What side of my family? Well, rice whiskey, it's the traditional distilled spirit in China and Japan. I mean, it's the grain that they have. It's the cereal grain that they have. I mean, hell, Budweiser's made with rice here in the United States. It's one of the grains that they use. But rice is absolutely a cereal grain, and it is a grain that can be made to make whiskey. Now, there's a few expectations that I have with the rice. You know, when you eat rice, you know what rice tastes like. You know what rice cake tastes like. I expect it to be a very light, very soft flavor, almost bland. I don't think it's very strongly aged. I don't think it's aged very long at all. This particular bottle is finished in an Islay cask. So I'm gonna talk about rice whiskey for several weeks coming up because this is the project that I'm working on here. I'm gonna see what happens when you take traditional rice whiskey and you age it in barrels, and then I'm gonna take this rice whiskey and I'm gonna put it in a barrel and see what happens. I have a couple of barrels that I can use, a couple of other barrels I can get my hands on. I'm gonna see what'll happen. You know, fuck around and find out. Uh, but I'm gonna experiment with different timing of the aging as well to see what happens the longer it ages. My suspicion is that the longer it ages, it's not going to be very it's going to be like corn whiskey, that the longer it ages, the harsher the flavor gets, because it'll just soak up that barrel flavor, because the rice is such a mild, light flavored grain. I don't know. I don't want to pack a whole lot of presuppositions into the actual tasting, because I don't know what I don't really know what to expect. It's going to be a fun and fascinating night tomorrow night. I'm going to get 3 videos out of it. I'm going to get the an actual tasting video that I'm going to post up, save it and post it up. I'm going to get the live show that we do tomorrow night, where we talk about the history, the mystery, all the stuff that goes into the tradition of making rice whiskey. And then I'll have another follow-up video of the aged rice whiskey. So I'm going to get 3 videos worth of content out of this, and it's going to be fun and interesting and different, I think. Oh, so there you go. Let me check on the temperature of that pot real quick. Check the temperature. We were at 170 a minute ago. Boop, boop, boop. We are 170. Come on. Like, put over it. Have to put that like a lid, you know, the steam in on top. Maybe this will do it. No, that won't do it. I do need like a lid, maybe some kind of metal lid. Maybe I can find one lurking around. I don't need it. Yeah. Slow release. Go there. Go there. There. That'll help. It's not gonna do great, but it'll help. I mean, my problem is that the steam is just flying off the top. Rice trivia. There are many different kinds of rice. I'm going to experiment with the other kinds of rice if this is a success. I might. That's a really good question, Addie. I might throw in, just mix up. Did Nightbot fuck with you there? I might play around with adding different lengths of grain, different styles of rice, different mixtures of rice. But what I'll probably do is just use local rice from the Gulf Coast of Texas. We have a whole lot of rice elevators down here in Beaumont and Dayton and down to the coast. It would not be a whole lot of trouble for me at all to get a U-Haul, go down there, fill it up with a couple 1,000 pounds of rice, bring it back here and make a big damn, 3 or 4 batches of rice in our big pots. It would be a lot harder to get different lengths, different styles, different, grains of rice to add into the mix. But I wouldn't rule it out. The question would be, is there a broad enough market for rice whiskey to get it into stores so that I could justify a broad range of different rice grains? And I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if there's a broad enough market for rice to make rice whiskey a mass supplied whiskey. But adding it into a bourbon, a rice bourbon, like they have the wheat bourbon, swap out the malted barley for rice, with malted rice, or swap out the rye. I don't think it would work really well to swap out the rye for the rice, because those are two like polar opposite flavor profiles. But the malted barley and rice, swap out malted barley for malted rice. That might be helpful. That might be a thing. The world's only riced bourbon. Huh. That's a possibility. I wouldn't rule that out. At all. Having a different type of bourbon. So there you go. But what else do we have? Okay, so the next thing that I have to do, if not today, I could probably do it today. Let me go back to the big camera here. This black pot over here, where is it? There. That black pot right there. That was the one that I was just filling with the rye and knocking the proof down. So that pot needs to be filtered at least twice, probably 3 times. I don't like running my filter on the live stream because, can I do picture in picture? There's me. Can I do the Canon? Let me see if I can do that. Add existing Canon. That work? Ba-bam! So I don't like, you can't see anything in that picture. Let's transform that and make it fit to screen. There we go. Okay, so I don't like running the filter, which is behind. There it is. I don't like running my filter. Where's my filter? I don't like running my filter here during the live streams because that's really loud. It's a really loud machine, and there's already enough background noise from the fan over here, and that's just super loud. So I'll probably run that later. Move me down here. Yeah, put me right there underneath the rice. Yeah, so there you go. But what I'm looking forward to doing in the next I don't know, probably hour, is getting my water pump and transferring the water from here to here, and then sealing that bad boy up there, so that I'm loving being able to point at stuff. Let's see here. If I do this, hang on. What happens when I do this? Go like this and jam it out there. There, see? Poke myself in the back of the head. Bap, bap, bap. All right, I'll stop. Because really, I am just a 13-year-old boy at heart. Can I put this in between the stills? Yeah, I can. I'm going to shrink it so that it's like a spinning symbol on my wall. Oh, that's dope as hell. Look at that. I got a spinning Old Humble symbol on my wall. Ah, I rule. What is... Oh, that's at the top of my still. Yeah, I shrink it down a little bit more. And then I put it right there. Yeah, look, I got a spinning symbol on my wall. See? Where's that at? There it is. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? So I know the job of a distiller sounds glamorous. You know, we're around alcohol all day long. This is a lot of what we do. We sit here and water boils. And if it's not water boiling, it's alcohol boiling. And then we get up and we walk over to the still like this. We, check the temperature. We're up to 180. That's cool. The steam is being captured in there, so we're getting a little bit faster boil. Awesome. And I need a better system on this thing. Let's see if I can find one more look around. That's pretty awesome. But I still haven't found the thing that I was looking for. That's kind of awesome. All right. So that's just a loss. So one of the next projects I'm going to work on this summer. I don't know where it's at. Anyway. Okay, so one of the next projects that I'm going to be working on over the summer is taking these pallets that I have. I have so many pallets laying around right now. I'm going to take some of these pallets and I'm going to break them down into a bar that will be roughly about 40 inches tall. 40 inches tall for the work surface. Here it is. 40 inches tall for the work surface. And possibly up to 48 inches tall. But see, Lisa, most of my bar denizens, bar people, are only 5 feet tall. So only about yay tall. So a 40-inch bar would actually be just about perfect. It's a little taller than the table, The table's about 32 inches, 33 inches. So the bar would be about 40. We add wheels, put it up a little higher. Add wheels, it'll put it up at about 42 inches. That means the tabletop will be at about 43. So that's going to be the next project that I work on over the summer. The next actual like building project that I work on is going to be building that bar. And then while I'm building that bar, I'll just make 2 of them, so that the second one will be a production booth for the shows that we do, for the live shows. We'll build a production booth, we'll build a bar, and then my work tables can be moved back into the workspace over here, and they can stay back here for doing real distillery work. Find it amazing at how many different ingredients can make a drink. Corn, hops, rice, potatoes. It's even more than that. It's corn, hops, rice, potatoes. Obviously grapes, bananas, peaches, apples, mangoes. Every civilization, or I'm sorry, not even every civilization, every people group has figured out a way to make fermented drinks from their local flora. So whatever they have available, they will ferment it and drink it. Whether it's grains or fruits. Obviously, the first fermented drinks were fruit drinks because they are high in sugar. They're high in sugar content. And the first distilled beverages were beverages distilled from those fruit drinks. And it was later in the game when they figured out how to do that same thing with beer, because there's extra ingredients that need to go into the beer and extra steps that need to go into beer, because you actually have to boil the grains to get the sugars out of the grains. The grains don't just spontaneously ferment, except for, well, they do spontaneously malt, but they won't spontaneously ferment. You've actually got to boil them. You've got to do stuff to get the waters or the sugars out of them. Odd. That was odd. It tasted like something was in my Coke, but there was nothing in my Coke. But you can actually track the development of spirits through Europe. Oddly enough, eau de vie was the original. It was the original term for distilled spirits of any type, because they were considered medicinal. Medicinal. They had medicinal qualities. They were considered to be medicinal products because they not only were antiseptic to clean wounds, but they were also anesthetic to help numb pain and dull pain. And they also, in moderation, they have all kinds of other qualities. They relieve anxiety and they do all kinds of other things in moderation, which is exactly why we drink them in moderation, to relieve anxiety, to loosen up, to relax, help you sleep, do all that stuff. It won't solve your problems, but it's definitely a solution. And they can track the development of alcohol in the archaeological and paleological record, as it goes from North Africa and the Middle East. In fact, the original systems for distillation were found in the Middle East. They were used to make makeup. That eye blackening stuff was called Kohal, if I'm not mistaken. It was called a Kohal, and the process was alembic. So when they eventually started making stills, they were alembic stills, using the same language, and Kohal making alcohol, so it's of the same process to make Kohal. Anyway, they could track that process going through the Middle East and up into Eastern Europe. And as it moves west, the types of grains begin to change and the types of alcohol begin to change. And they go from eau de vie, which is the fruit-based spirits, and where you get your cognac, grappa, brandy, etc., etc., and starts there. And then as they go into the little water, as the Eastern Europeans would call it, little water, as opposed to regular water, it was little water, that they would use any kinds of grains that they would use any kinds of grains and any kinds of products that they would use, but mostly rye and barley and potatoes were not the popular methodology for making little water, as we could call it, vodka. Potatoes were not popular for making vodka until many, many, many centuries later. And as it continued to move east, or continued to move west, using the rye and grains and cereal grains, it slowly began to change until you got far enough west where there was enough of an abundance of trees that they started aging the stuff in barrels. And that's when it crossed over from mainland Europe into Western Europe, or mainland Europe into the British Isles. And in the British Isles, that eau de vie in the Gaelic language was whiskey, and they took their cereal grained liquors, spirits, and aged them in barrels and made what we commonly refer to as Scotch today. It is a fascinating history. The history of alcohol, as it traveled through Europe and around the world, is extremely fascinating. And it's a long storied history. And this Wednesday, specifically tomorrow night, as a matter of fact, we're going to be talking about rice whiskey. We will be specifically talking about the history and mystery of rice whiskey, how it is traditionally made, how it is different, what makes rice whiskey special, what makes rice whiskey taste the way it tastes, where it came from, where it's going, and what we're going to do with it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun little adventure. I'm hoping that water is up to 200 degrees by now. I'm going to go check on it. Let's go see. We're getting up close to 190. So I was moderately curious if I would see anything crawling or fluttering around in the rice, because it's an organic grain. It's been here. Some of those bags have been sitting here for 4 months, 5 months now. I wasn't sure if I'd see any flies or anything crawling around, trying to fly around. Not that it matters. You pour that boiling water in there. Anything in there is going to die. And as soon as it starts to ferment, anything in there is going to die again. But yeah, sure enough, I saw a little fly. As I was looking down in there, a fly went, whoop, flew down in right in front of me and landed on the rice. So something's going to die. Something's going to die real soon. Okay, so what I'm going to do, it's almost 5 o'clock. what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and move my fermenter here, over here, and bring my barrels over here. I'm going to go ahead and turn on the filter and run it through. Thank you, Addie. I look forward to doing the show tomorrow because I get to drink whiskey. I get to drink a brand new whiskey that I got for my birthday. I'm very excited. But I'm going to bring those barrels over here, bring this barrel, this fermenter over there. I'm going to go ahead and run the filter, and then come back and chit chat with y'all for a few more minutes. But I'm hoping as soon as I commit myself to like an hour's worth of filtration, the temperature in that pot's going to spike up all of a sudden. But I know that's not how it works. But, you know, sometimes that kind of is how it works. Okay. So this has to get out of the way. So as I was putting on my work boots this morning, and I remembered the insult to kids when we were kids, when I was kids. You know, one of the Yo Mama insults. Yo Mama wears combat boots. I never understood why that was an insult. Because I'm putting on my hiking boots that are vaguely reminiscent of combat boots. They're not combat boots by any stretch of the imagination. They're just good, solid, sturdy hiking boots. But I was reminded of that insult. I was wondering, why the hell is that an insult? Like, did poor people wear combat boots when we were kids? Or were we stupid as kids? I think we might have been dumb. I think as kids, collectively, I don't mean anybody individually, although you know who you are, Greg. I think collectively, we Gen Xers might have been dumb. Not that there's anything wrong with it. I mean, there kind of is something wrong with that if you're still dumb as a Gen Xer. Because it also occurs to me that there's a significant number of us Gen Xers whose brains are spoiled, just completely ruined by their boomer parents. They think an awful lot more like boomers than Gen Xers. I want it to be right about here. There. So the plan ultimately is going to be to transfer it from this barrel to that barrel. I don't know why this barrel's even here. From this barrel to this barrel, back. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So it'll transfer from here to here, from here back to here, then here to here through the filtration process. And with that, we'll be fully filtered, done, and ready to go. Oh, hey, this is a cool thing to show y'all. Check this out. This is what I filter out of the barrels when we filter the barrels. This is all the crap and crud and trash and stuff that's in the bottom of the wooden barrels when we filter our whiskeys. See that? That's what doesn't go into my filter. That's what doesn't go into the bottle. And that is also the stuff that I'll be using when I test out the rice whiskey, test out the filtration process of the rice whiskey. Oh, shit. There. There we go. Salvage it. Now, but I'll take that tar and I will put it in a mason jar to age up some of that rice whiskey quickly to kind of get a gauge for what a 5 year, 7 year, 2 year, 3 year, whatever time period I'm looking at on the whiskey will be. But today, none of that matters. We're at 190, folks. All right. There. I'm gonna need to get some more filter pads. All right. So what I do with this is I take the filter pads, I put them in the whiskey. What that does is two things. Well, it does one thing. It wets the filter pad so that when I put them in the filter, I'll get a better seal, and it'll be more efficient it'll be a more efficient transfer. Because it works on a vacuum. It pumps off the vacuum. If it doesn't have a seal, it doesn't pump effectively. So I let that soak for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. It actually feels really nice outside right now. I'm gonna open up the door to the shop. Feels really nice. Maybe get some of this cross breeze going. We good? We're good. And hey, while we're here, guys, ask me anything. I will pontificate. I will discuss. I will do as you wish. We can talk about stuff. Got good steam, but we're not boiling. I don't know about you, but I've never cooked rice without boiling water. I mean, hot water does not cook rice. Got to boil it. And we're at about 200 degrees, 195. That Coke tastes like shit hot. 190, 192. All right. So pad goes in. Hold it. Pad. Hold it. Pad. 3 pads. 3 holders. Metal plate. Hold it in there. Crank it in. There we go. Get it cranked. Out. All right. The rye is moving up the barrel or up the line. We're good. Let's see here. See if I can shift this over a little bit. That'll work. Come on, get out of there. There. This thing's heavy. Oop. There. That'll do. All right. How you doing? 195. 195. All right. All right. Yeah, right. One other thing I need to get. This, the char from inside that barrel that we filtered out. So that will ultimately go into the batch of rye whiskey. Ultimately. Oh yeah, I got an update on my 600 subscriber special and 4th of July fireworks extravaganza. It will be a private show here at the distillery, so I don't need to have like municipal or county approval for a private show. I mean, we're going to record it and we're going to show it, but it's going to be a private show. And it's probably going to be the end of June instead of the beginning of July. So we'll just have to see. I'm not exactly sure what day it's going to be yet. But looking at the calendar, the last day of June is a Thursday. The 4th of July is a Monday. So I might do it on the 1st of July, which would be a Friday. I might do it on that Saturday. I'm not sure, but stay tuned to find out. Stay tuned. You never know. You just never know. Switch cameras, please. Thank you. Just checked the temperature and it is 95 degrees right now. Whew. That's hot. All right. So, I'm over here behind the camera doing a little texting work, communicating with my supplier over here on the Hillbilly Still side. Trying to troubleshoot a couple of problems I'm having. I think I might go for a bike ride later. I mean, it's 5:30 and 95 degrees outside. Ugh. Hey, 200 degrees. Wow. Slowly getting up to where we need to be. Slowly getting there. So the diagnosis is the reason why it's taken so long to boil, and we've been going 3 hours now. We're real close to 3 hours. 3 hours and 15 minutes. And we've gone from 82 or so, 85 degrees or so for the water, up to only 200. So we've gone up 120 degrees in 3.5 hours, 3 hours and 15 minutes. So the product description says that it should take 70 minutes to heat up, but it doesn't explain what heat up means. But for us, 70 minutes would have been, well, 70 minutes would have been up to alcohol distillation temperature, about 150 degrees. But we've gone beyond that to, let's see here, 70 minutes. We've gone 180 minutes, and we've gone 120 degrees in 180 minutes. So 120 divided by 3 would have been 40 degrees, and 60 minutes would have put it at about 120 degrees. So 60, a little bit past 60 minutes, 70 to 80 minutes would have been right at 150 degrees where it would have started boiling the alcohol. So it may not be too far off from where it's supposed to be and what it's supposed to be doing. I'm just asking it to boil water, which takes a little bit longer than distillation of alcohol, because distillation of alcohol gets done at a much lower temperature. All right. This is what we're going to do now, kids. I've got about at least 30 more minutes to go on the filter here. We're at about halfway. Yep, we're right at halfway with the filtration. Right at halfway. So I'm going to wrap up the stream. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. You know what? We still got 4 people in chat. I'm going to let this keep running. I'm going to keep it going. Let me see if I can find out who's in chat. Will this tell me? Live chat. I mean, I'll keep it going as long as y'all are hanging around. You want to see the final outcome of the boil and the transfer of the boil, the water, boiling water to the fermenter. I mean, that's cool. But as long as we got people here, I'll keep it going. Cheers to chat. There's Muscle Shell in the chat. Cheers, Muscle Shell. So yeah, as long as we got people here, I'll keep it going. so y'all can see the final process, the final steps. Let me get back over here. So what we've got going on, one more time. Get my point stick so y'all can hear me on the microphone. I'm gonna use my pointing stick. In here is, you know what? I can move. No, I can't. Yeah, I can. Move some things real quick. Hustle Shell, don't go anywhere. Make you a mod. One of these days, it's gonna come back to bite me. All right, I'll leave that be. Now, let's see what there is to see here. Muscle Shell, don't fucking go anywhere. That is a moderator. There you go. Got you fixed up there, Muscle Shell. I've been wanting to do that for a few weeks, but haven't done it. All right, so what we have here, and that shiny pot right there, is water that is boiling, or getting on its way to boiling. And last I checked, it was 200 degrees. That water is going to be put into that pot right there, which is my fermenter. It's a cone-bottomed fermenter. That fermenter has currently 60 pounds of rice. This has about 25 pounds of water. That has 60 pounds of rice. That 60 pounds of rice is going to cook. I'm going to add the water, seal up the top, cook it with this boiling water. And what'll happen is this water and this rice, all the starches and yummy goodness in that rice is going to leach out into that water. And in that water, we're going to have starches and sugars. Tomorrow, I will boil some more water. I will add another probably 10 to 15 gallons of water to the fermenter with some koju. And in fact, I don't even have to boil the water. I just need to bring the water up to about 100 degrees. I'll add the water with the koju into the fermenter. And what the koju does is it converts the starches into sugars. It is a natural process of conversion of starches to sugars. Koju is a type of fungus, and that fungus converts the starches. In the same way that beta amylase or malting of barley converts the starches. And then we will let that sit for a few more hours to come. Oh, hang on 1 second. My filter's working. I'll let it sit for a few more. I'll let it sit for a few more I'll let it sit for a few more hours, and then I will pitch the yeast into the fermenter over there. I'll pitch the yeast so that the fermentation will begin. And then within a matter of minutes, we'll start to see the bubbling and fermentation working. But the next day, you'll really get to see a lot of the action happening, where it starts bubbling and forms a nice thick crust on top. Muscle shell, square feet, my warehouse, this whole facility here is 3,500 square feet total. Nope, I take that back. This entire facility is 2,500 square feet total. This space you see on this side is about 1,500 square feet. And the other side behind the camera here is another 1,000 square feet. So that's how big my facility is. It's not a giant facility by any stretch of the imagination, but it is certainly large enough for me to be able to produce and ship 50 cases a month, which is our target for the end of the year, having 50 cases a month being shipped out by the end of this year. Now what you see here in this black barrel here is my rye. My rye, double oak rye whiskey, is currently being filtered through that machine right there and into this barrel right back here in the back. And I haven't done a sample of the proofed whiskey yet. Quality control, don't you know? God damn, that is divine. Look at that. Take a whiff. Smell. Take a whiff. Put your nose right up on your camera, right up on your phone, right on your monitor. Take a good whiff of that. Ah, my God, that's delicious. Whew. How delightful. Salty staves, cheers. Have I used Angel's starter of liquor making with the enzymes and fungus? No, I haven't. Actually, the fungus that I got is from a farm in Vermont that sells koju. I do have beta amylase enzymes. The CrossFitters are running through the parking lot. These people are, they look like fucking Greek gods and goddesses. They are fucking chiseled, and it is amazing. Most of them, at least. They are awesome looking athletes. They are awesome athletes in general. Salty staves, no. I haven't used Angel's starter of liquor making with any of the enzymes or anything like that. For our, I've got a supplier here in town for the beta amylase that I've used for our bourbon. Just to cover my bet. Welcome to chat, by the way. This is the first time I've seen your name pop up. I appreciate you joining us. Just to cover my bet, because I use malted barley and rye and corn for our bourbons, but just to cover the bet and make sure that we have enough of the enzyme in the wash, I'll take a scoop of beta and toss it in there just to make sure. Because I'd much rather use the beta and not need it, and still get between 15 and 20% alcohol by volume, than not use the beta and get 5 or 10 and just feel like a dumbass. I would much rather use it and not need, have everything be properly converted within the wash than not use it and just feel like a dope. The yeast isn't all the one that. Oh no, yeah, I don't boil the yeast at all. I absolutely don't boil the yeast. the yeast goes in there right at room temperature, and it stays in and it does its thing. I actually have a fish tank heater that I'll throw in the winter months to make sure it maintains its temperature. I don't have anything right now that'll keep it cool, except for putting it back here in the side of the distillery where it stays cool. We get warm in here, but we don't get so hot that it'll kill off the yeast. And I'm not so much worried yet about off flavors. I'll find out. I'm more concerned about just inefficient fermentation. Because I haven't really had any issues with the off flavors yet. I've had issues with inefficient fermentation because the temperature fluctuations go up and down. But the temperature fluctuations will solve. That's a problem that'll solve itself when I have enough. When I start doing 150 to 250 gallons of wash. When I start doing large volumes, like 250 or so gallons, the temperature problem is going to solve itself because it'll just be enough beer in there that the temperature is just not going to fluctuate. It's not going to have time to fluctuate. It'll take so much. It'll have to be so hot for so long that it won't be able to fluctuate. So I'm not terribly worried about that. And plus, I do have a cold water generator, glycerin pump. I have a glycerin pump over here on the side of the distillery that'll pump cold water through my fermenter and make sure the temperature stays a nice, cool 65 degrees. The yellow. No, we don't have Angel Yellow Label yeast here in the. I don't think we have it here in Humble. My supplier's never shown me that. Most of the time, I've used W yeast or just plain old turbo yeast. There is a specific type of yeast that I use when I'm making my bourbon. That I request specifically from my distiller or from my supplier. But there you go. Cold pitch it into completely unmodified grains and it'll ferment. Huh. That's interesting. That is an interesting type of yeast. No, I've never come across that yeast. I haven't come across it yet. Not in my distributor, at least. My distributor doesn't carry Angel Yellow Label yeast, or at least I haven't asked him. I haven't seen it on the shelves. He might have access to it, but I haven't seen it on the shelves. So there you go. Where do you distill at? Salty Staves. Where are you located? Making mezcal? Oh, down in New Zealand. Pretty fucking cool. Yeah, no, we don't have that type of or at least I haven't come across that kind of yeast up here. But I will check with my supplier. If it's a good yeast, I'll check with my supplier and see what I'll run a batch side by side and see how it comes out, see what it tastes like. Because that could be a cool extra alternative option for us when we're looking at some options. I hear my filter doing some things. I need to check real quick. We are down to about that much. So, tip it. In order to get the last little bits down out of there. And this is extremely this is an extremely clean run for the rye whiskey. There's very little particulate in here. I'm sure we'll get a lot on the filter itself, but there's very little in here that's being left behind. That makes me happy. I need to take a wet rag over like every damn surface in this distillery. A legal home distiller. I love that designation. 500-gram packet that I bought before the pandemic. Still haven't gotten around to using it. I'm going to hear more, but it sounds like it creates some off-profile things. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I have no knowledge of that particular kind of yeast. That particular kind of product. I do know that when we use our turbo yeast and W yeast, I call it Y yeast, but it's not Y, it's W, because I mispronounce it. I don't have any problems with all flavors. It's a very robust, very fast-acting. It's a popular yeast among, especially the turbo yeast. It's a very popular yeast among homebrewers because it gets most of the fermentation done in the first 48 hours. After the first 48 hours, it continues to ferment, but you've got half of the work done in the first 2 to 3 days. And for my purposes, I let it sit for 7 to 10. But it is very efficient and very effective. It's a very efficient and very effective yeast. And the strand that I request when I go into my shop hasn't given me any off flavors in the past. All right, and we will ferment in some conditions. The humidity and heat will be pretty robust, but the temperature inside the fermenter stays the same. A nice steady. Oh, I think we're boiling. Come on. All right. Yeah, I hear it boiling. I think we're ready. Get my lid removing utensil. Yep. Nice happy boil. All right. I told y'all what would happen is as soon as I committed to running the filter, that would get done about the same time that I ran the filter. I told y'all that's what would happen. All right. So what we have now is we have a pot of boiling water, and we have our grains, our rice, which is plain old rice, just plain old store-bought rice, just like you get at your grocery store co-op. Or Grain Elevator, or wherever the hell you shop. I don't know you. What I'm going to do is I have my water transfer pump. I have my hot water rated hoses. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to transfer. I'm going to transfer boiling water, point A to point B, and let that water cook the rice. But I'm going to do that in just a minute because I want to change out these filter pads first. So I get this part done. Move on to the last bits. I'm not really worried about losing any of that water. We're going to add another 10 or 15 gallons. We're going to add another 10 or 15 gallons to that pot in the next couple of steps of this process. All right. That's working. Good. Okay. Down, off. Get this up. That's it. Great. Level guy. gallons at a time, so I won't burn the piss out of myself. That's not ideal. I'm keeping the heat element on too, so that the temperature will stay up. But see, the hoses were doing fine. I just wasn't 100% certain about the pump. It was beginning to make noise. It worried me. Now, if you remember, if you're familiar with how to cook rice at home, use about a cup of water to a cup of rice, about a 1-to-1 ratio. I've got here 5 pounds, 50 servings, is a quarter cup, 45 grams. 45 grams, this is 2,270 grams. Anyway, I'm using a shit ton of water per pound or per cup. I'm using a lot of water. But that's what I want. I want this water here to soak into the grains, but I also want that water to be left over so anything in those grains will leach out into the water. But I want there to be enough grain. All right, we're just about empty now. would be the last bucket. All right. Now, as an added benefit, my kettle. Give that a chance to cook. Give it a chance to cook. According to the packaging, rice will cook rice cooks in about 15 or 20 minutes. I'm going to let it sit overnight. You can see, let me show you here. You can see the line is right about here. Right about here, which is 25, 26, 27, 28. Right about 28 or 29 gallons. So all 30 pounds of that rice was about 4 gallons in space. Took about four gallons worth of space in the water because I put in 25 gallons of water, so we're up to about 29. Now it appears the rice itself. Let me check that line real quick. The rice itself stopped right about here. Right about here, give or take, which is about the 14, 13, 12, about 12 gallons, give or take. Give or take. So that is a solid 15 gallons of water there. Now what I'm hoping is in the final product, when I transfer the liquid out with the grains, what I'm hoping for is mostly the first handful of buckets. I'm going to transfer everything into one of these 50-gallon buckets that I have behind me, and then take the liquid off the top and transfer it into the kettle. What I'm hoping for is about 20 gallons of actual liquid that will go into my pot. I'm hoping for about 20 gallons to go into the pot, and out of that 20 gallons, I'm hoping to distill 5 or 6 gallons of actual distillate. We shall see. I'm not sure if I'm going to get that much coming out of it. I want to get about 5 or 6 gallons. I may get 3 or 4 gallons. It depends on how well the fermentation goes. Muscle Shell, it has been a bit. But I'm glad to see you here, buddy. Glad to see you here. We crossed 600 subs, Muscle Shell. While you've been gone, we've crossed 600. 600. 600 subscriber special is going to probably be on July 1st or June 30th. No, it'll probably be July 1st or 2nd. That Friday or Saturday is my guess. And then I'll do the show on, and then I'll edit it down and then we'll have the 4th of July spectacular on July 4th itself. Okay, off camera, smaller still, off camera. Okay, so what we have, let me show you the full setup. What I've got here, I'll use my pointing stick. So these are our two big stills. That's our Shakira and J-Lo. These are our two big ones, money makers. These guys are both 125-gallon pot stills. This little baby still right here is my 25-gallon test still. That test still is the one that I use for small batches like this. I'll use it to make my brandy. I'll use it to make my test batches of whiskeys that when I'm trying to figure out my recipes, figure out what it's going to taste like, figure out what I'm going to do with it. It's what I'll use to make vodkas. It's what I'll use to make. It's what I use to make all kinds of other stuff. So, do I have to shake them? What? Oh, because they're the money makers. No. No, but I do agitate them. I have a little paddle that goes, my little agitator right there. That agitates them. So there you go. But yeah, that's my baby still. That's the small still that I've got there. And then these are the big girls that I've got here. And all of my equipment has names. I'm a traditionalist. I name my equipment. So yeah, that's Shakira and J-Lo. I have not named the baby still yet. I haven't named baby. Baby doesn't get a name. Baby's just baby. Nobody puts baby in a corner. She's adorable. She's so sweet. That was the still that we got. The first pot that we got with this one, and we got it with this column here, and then we got a second column there when we got our big stills. So there you go. I agitate the money makers. That's how I do it. Okay, so with this one we have an internal heating element. With these two, they're steam jacketed, and these columns are they're reflux columns. So we have a pot still and reflux system. So I don't actually have to do a stripping. I don't have to do a spirit run, a stripping run. I can do it all in a single shot because by the time the alcohol comes out of the parrot up here, for the whiskey, it is a full 150 to 160 proof. And if I want to jack it up to vodka strength, I do have to do a second run. I'll run it down to about 150 proof, and then I'll run it through a second time to make vodka if I'm making vodka, which is one of the reasons why I don't like making vodka. But yeah, these columns, you see those ports, those sight glasses, those are all plates for each one of those sight glasses is a plate for reflux. So yeah, we don't do a stripping run and a spirit run. We just do a single run for all of them. Yeah, actually, those columns on the little boiler, it's got a 3-inch diameter neck on top of the boiler, and we have a coupling that brings it down to the diameter of the columns. I want to actually get columns that are wider than this for the big pots, so that so that it doesn't take as long to do my runs. I want to get 3-inch columns instead of these 2-inch columns, because 3-inch column, I mean, it would turn my 12-hour day into an 8-hour day and make for a much more efficient operator, or operation rather. So there you go. we at 605? Yeah, we are at 605. That's very cool. What's even cooler, Muscle Shell, not just the subscriber count, the hours watched last month were almost 250 hours. My goal for this month is to get that up to 350 hours. I'm less concerned now about the number of views, and I'm less concerned about the number of views, and I'm focusing now on the other metrics like watch hours. So I'm trying to get my watch hours for the year up above 2,000, so that we'll be more in line for the monetization schedule when we do get up to 1,000 subscribers. Our watch hours and subscribers will be tracking more closely together, so I won't have to sit there and goose the watch hours at the end of the day. Let me check something real quick. Honestly, it looks like I could go up to. Hang on. Actually, it looks like I could go up to a 7-inch wide, and those columns are 4 inches wide right now. They're 4 inches wide. These guys, it looks like I can go up to a 7-inch wide, because that hole at the top is 7 inches, and it goes down to 4 inches. It might be 3. I was measuring very loosely. It looks like it's 4 inches on the. It's between 3 and 4 inches. It was definitely bigger than 3. Sounds like a typical internet conversation. It was definitely bigger than 3, possibly 4, and it looked like I could go up to about 7 from the width of the hole at the top of the width of the hole at the top of the pot. Because you can see, if you can look there, yeah, you see it there's a reducing coupler that goes from here to here. There's a reducing coupler right there to fit the column to. So what I may end up doing that. But see, I still have the issue with my parrot, with the U pipe and the parrot being the size that they are. With those pipes being the size that they are, that may be, we still have the limiting factor of how much throughput we can do, but at least I can get the alcohol up into the column. The faster I can get the alcohol up in the column, the more alcohol I can get out of the pot and into the column. It can go down into that parrot and just shoot out there like Niagara Dam Falls, as far as I'm concerned. But it may very quickly be worth the effort to get a thicker, wider still column. But hey, it's 4 inches, so that's an internet 6, easily. 4 inches is an internet 6. And yeah, I've kind of looked around. They're definitely not cheap. I could build my own though. It's not that hard. Does that count towards YouTube metric? What do you mean? What do you mean, Ron? Does the 200 hours? Does the hours count towards YouTube metric? That is the YouTube metric that I'm working towards. If I can get my hours, my goal, I'm punching above my weight class right now when it comes to watch hours and view time. So if I can start clocking 300 hours a month, then I have to worry about getting subscribers to get onto the monetization train. Again, I'm not sure if I want to be on the monetization train. I'm not sure I want to monetize the channel. It's a great it's a great feather in your cap. It's a great tool to have under my belt, especially if I have performing artists here between the barrels. If we have performing artists, I can tell them, your show will be monetized. I'll give you the first month's monetization off of your show. It sounds cool. It's probably another $5 for them. No big deal. But it's a cool. Hell, I make the money off their show. I mean, fuck it, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. I don't know what to do. But what I don't want to have happen is I get monetized, and then Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and Jack Daniels, and Southern Comfort start advertising before my programs, so that you have to sit through a 15-second video of Jack Daniels doing a cocktail commercial before you watch my show. Because I guarantee, if I start paying for advertisements, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to target their channels with snarky damn commercials. It's like, every cocktail you see in this show, we can do it better with our whiskey. Cheers, enjoy your Jack Daniels movie or whatever. Enjoy your Jack Daniels video. I'd absolutely do that. I am shameless. Oh yeah. These lives through third parties absolutely count. I mean, I'm on OBS. I'm going through OBS just like every other live that you do a live through StreamYard, you do a live through OBS. It is just open source software in order to organize. It's production software. I'm going live on YouTube just like everybody else. The price from 3 inches to 4 inches isn't too bad, but as soon as you go up from it does, because there's specialty piping. It's specialty piping, like a 3-inch pipe, a 4-inch pipe. I mean, those are almost normal pipes that you can just buy at a normal hardware store. But when you start talking about 6 and 7 and 8-inch pipes, those are, now you're talking about specialty products. Yeah. And that's what I'll be doing. I'll have to rig it up with a tri-clamp fitting in order to fit onto the manifold at the top of the pot. But I could do it. It would take some time, and for the difference in price of $1,500 or $2,000, I'd absolutely do it. I don't know if I'd be able to get all the sight glasses and plates and all that shit in there. That's a little bit. That might be beyond my pay scale, but I could definitely do it. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Ron. If I get monetized, and then somebody else is targeting their ads, like somebody did that on Google searches. There was a local distiller, so that if you looked up Old Humble Distilling Company, their ad popped up first. There was a local fucking distillery that did that. They were using my name as an AdSense search, so that when you searched Old Humble Distilling Company, the first ad that popped up was their distillery. So I, of course, reported it because they're using trademark and copyrighted in search words. I don't know if that worked, but now that when I search my distillery, theirs doesn't come up. So there's that. But I would absolutely do it on the YouTubes in a heartbeat. If my videos are getting 1,000, 100 views, and some boozy cocktail channel is doing cocktails using old Wild Turkey and Old Forester or whatever, I would certainly put a video in front of theirs that, if their videos are getting 10,000, 12,000 views, I'd certainly pay for a 15-second ad spot in front of their video to get 15,000 views of my stupid little video that's just me for 15 seconds going, every single cocktail you see from here forward would taste better with Old Humble Special Reserve. I'm just saying, enjoy your video. It would be snarkily irreverent, and it would be beautiful. And I wouldn't be using I would not be mentioning their product, which is the thing that bugged me about old boys here in Houston who literally used my company's name as an ad search, as an AdSense keyword. And that pissed me off. That was a step too far. If you ask me. I mean, local distillery, Houston distillery, fine. There's no distillery called the Houston Distilling Company. Local distillery, Houston distillery, but they are not an humble distillery. They are not. I am the only humble distillery. I am the Humble Distilling Company, the Old Humble Distilling Company, as a matter of fact. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is I'm literally waiting on this filter to run through. We are probably about halfway. Oh no, shit, we're not even close. We're well past halfway. No, we're almost done, as a matter of fact. Let me pick up my toys. All right. So the hoses on this pump are rated for high temperature. I don't know if the pump itself was rated for high temperature, and I was beginning to get some weird sounds coming through the pump, which is why I shut it down. Still hot as hell. Hot as blazing. But it's going to stay hot. Yeah, it's still over about 150 degrees in there. Or 150 degrees on the outside. 162. So the rice is cooking. The rice is cooking nicely. Maddie J's in the house. What's up, Maddie? And Square Table's in the house. Cheers, Square Table. So what we've done today, what you guys have missed, let me switch over to my inside voice cam. Hello. Damn it, I left my pointing stick over there. Okay, so what we have, and I'm sitting down and using my pointing stick because we are roughly halfway to success on the lapel microphone fund. Let me check my Cash App real quick. We're at about $35 on the Cash App fund. And we need about 50. So we're a little bit past halfway on the lapel microphone fund, which is why I'm sitting here and pointing at the stuff in the shop. So what we did today is in this pot right here, this little baby pot right here, we boiled about 25 gallons of water. We added that 25 gallons of water to about 65 pounds of rice here. That 65 pounds of rice plus the 25 gallons of water is going to make for me, tomorrow what I'm going to do, the next part of the process is I'm going to come in here, I'm going to heat up the water a little bit to about 100 degrees, and add some koju with some malted rice to go in here. And what that's going to do is the koju is a fungus, which is going to convert all the starches and sugars in here to, or starches to sugars, so that the yeast can then eat and create alcohol. And this whole process is in conjunction with tomorrow night's whiskey happy hour, which is all about the mystery and history of rice whiskey. Rice whiskey being the native whiskey to Japan, and one of the most popular, it's actually the second most popular. It's the oldest traditional whiskey, but it's the second most popular whiskey in Japan because Japan really likes single malt Scotch and single malt whiskey. So anyway, we're going to do this process over the course of the next week. And tomorrow night, I'm going to sample a bottle of Oishi whiskey from Japan. You'll see that in my community tab, as well as you'll see a picture of the bottle in my community tab, as well as the thumbnail for the video for tomorrow night. And then I'll do a taste testing video, profile, and all that stuff. But we're going to go a step further, not just with that whiskey, but with this whiskey, and we're going to see what happens when we take that whiskey and put it back in barrels, and we continue to age it and give it a new profile and all kinds of other stuff with that whiskey. So over the course of the next month or so, y'all are going to get a chance to get an insight into my product development, product testing, and market testing, market research for whiskey and whiskey products. Hold on one second. My lovely wife is calling. Yes, my dear. I don't know what proof you want, but yeah, they can look at our account. I don't know why it would be invalid. Probably because it's 5 years old or 6 years old. Okay, I've got to go. I love you. All right. That is the sound of my filter pulling air. So now we got to adjust this. My wife calling me, asking me about our pool membership, like I can do anything about it while I'm here. All right, so we're down to the very last bits here. This is the second part of what we did today. I took our rye whiskey, which was clocking at about 118 proof, knocked it down to 90 proof, ran it through our filter once. This is the second filtration, so our rye whiskey is on the second stage of filtration right now. And when I come back to the distillery either tomorrow or Friday, well, I've got to come back tomorrow to work on the rice whiskey. So when I come back tomorrow, we'll knock it down to the third filtration. Whew. And that, my friends, that. So tomorrow I'll knock it down to the third filtration and actually begin bottling it. We'll bottle up the first